Hello everyone. I just realized I was muted that entire time. Typical of me. But, so this is the custom shipping container for Cal920c-TBAY. Oh, a little out of breath from lying on the table like that. Not as young as I used to be. Wow. They really, messed up the, let's go with VCs. VCs. You told me how to pronounce your username last time. I've kind of forgotten a little bit. It's been a hell of a few days here. VCs. Yes, that is how you pronounce it. Appreciate you telling me again. So we're gonna go ahead and crack this open. I'd usually open this the shipping container upside down. How's it going, Kristen? Welcome to the stream. You're gonna go ahead and post-flight check, because this computer has just traveled 1,350 kilometers in direct distance. I'm not sure exactly how far the courier, this time the courier was Purelator, as it was last time as well. How far they've taken it, because I'm assuming it flew down to Toronto or out to Hamilton before coming to my house, or my parents' house here in Richmond Hill, Ontario, my hometown. So, it is from, this is my personal custom computer. It is in an AV Shop custom computer box, which is the custom shipping crate designed specifically for this computer. Typically they're shipping things like Restream file server, or Restream production servers in these boxes, but they're nice enough to gift me one when I built my own personal computer a couple years ago. So, we're gonna get all these packing peanuts out of here. IDK USA stuff, just north, east, west. So it went south from Thunder Bay, Ontario. No, I'm in Canada, not the US. Thunder Bay, Ontario, which is, if you want hours, it's 15-hour drive straight north and west through the province of Ontario here in Canada. I personally live here now in the southern end near Toronto. I'm just 15-20 minutes outside of Toronto here. But nonetheless, this thing has traveled a fair amount to get here. You see this thing's heavy enough that some of the packing peanuts are actually damaged from the impacts that this thing has taken. This container is designed to carry this tip to bottom. Yeah, oh, you're from the UK. Alright, that's cool. I've been out to as far west as Bath, as far east as Stanfield, London, as far south as Gatwick, where I got off the plane. So that's as far as I've gone in the UK. So I did go in 2017 as a graduation present from my parents, who were nice enough to take me on a nice graduation trip to the UK in May of 2017. We went for, what was it, 4 or 5 days. I still have my Oyster card actually in my wallet here. I'm not going to show you guys all my, try not to show you guys all my credit cards here, but I do have my Oyster card in my wallet still. I like to carry it around just in case. So there's my Oyster card right there. I'm sure you guys can see that right there. Thanks for Alercatic. But Bath-wise, no, I was just visiting for like the day. We did like a Bath Stonehenge, Oh, like it was a London trip. It wasn't a thing. This was my Washington DC Metro Smart Trip card. Same card really. The base technology is all NFC, NXP technologies or something like that. Cards, they're all the same card throughout the world, really. Anyways, let's get the rest of this unpacked. As you see, the packing foam for the case itself is quite damaged as well. This is probably going to be the last time this computer gets shipped, as I'm basically permanently moving home now. I got a job here in Vaughan, which I'll be announcing. I planned to have announced it last week, just life got in the way, and yeah, that's not been announced yet. So for my personal end, I mean, the company's already signed my employment papers and everything, but yeah, exciting time. Another destroyed peanut. Was a peanut, now it's a flat piece of foam. Another one here. Doesn't look like from the outside, from what I can see right now. This is the actual tower itself right here. It doesn't look to have gotten damaged in shipping at all. A bit off the cam on the top. Yeah, okay, there we go. I'll just pull this over for you guys. There we go. Is that better? Let's try and clean off as much of this as I can. This is a Fractal Design Define R6 gunmetal case. Model number FDCADEFR6GY, in case anyone cares. There's another piece of foam at the bottom, but I couldn't care. I want my computer, and I want it now. If I can even get it out. This thing weighs, this is my gaming computer. This is my Restream rig. So this has a RTX 2060, an i7 8700K, and 48 gigabytes of Trident's RGB memory from G-Skill. There's bubble wrap stuck to it. I'm gonna try and get this onto the table here. Move that crate out of the way. There's peanuts falling all over the floor. I'll clean that up later. My dad's not gonna be happy with all the packing peanuts, but none the worries. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna remove this dust filter from the bottom. Otherwise it looks pretty clean under here. Just a little bit of dust all up underneath here, which we'll wipe off here in a second. I'm actually gonna grab a 48 gigs. It's a 16 gig 2x8 gig kit and a 2x16 kit. So a 32 gig kit and a 16 kit put together. You'll see it all. We're gonna take this whole thing apart here today, guys. So I got a little bit of a scratch and a little bit of a scuff on the side there from some dust here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some paper towel. Be right back, guys. Alright, so I got that. I got my green apple Lysol spray. It's important not to get this in the computer, but outside is fine. I just want to, because this is going to be full of allergens in the dust on the bottom here. So we're going to go ahead and clean this right up. I mean, this has been sitting on my desk for months now. Ever since I last, I guess it was sitting on the floor in my room when it shipped out last August, up to when I moved out of Thunder Bay. It was sitting on my bed end table, I guess, for the longest time. That's really usually where this thing lived while I was at school. Though it did sit on the floor for an entire school year as well before that. So there's a fair bit of dust on this thing. It's kind of gross, actually. So we're going to clean that up before we go ahead and flip this guy sideways. I'm just going to wipe off the side here where I said earlier there's some dust scuffing. Looks like there's an actual, before I put it down on it here, I guess second PC but you're broke. Yeah, I mean this thing was paid for on student loans. I'm about $27,000 in debt right now on student loans. I'm not sure how well you guys can see it, but there is I can see it pretty well here. There's a nice little scuff there, but I'm not too worried about it. I mean, So we're gonna go ahead and start disassembling this bad boy. Well, so many packing peanut pieces here. Perhaps packing peanuts were not the ideal choice. The first thing we're actually gonna do is we're gonna plug it in. I'm gonna get rid of this here. This is all this packing material is just in my way at this point. Don't get that sort of we all broke it cool. Yeah, I mean, especially with the economy at this point in time, I was very happy when I got a job offer. It's going to be an infrastructure construction, so keeping the power supply off here, guys. Go ahead and plug this baby in. Just give myself a ground source. The computer itself is off by the power supply here. Put the thumb screws right there. And in this case, you just kind of lift. You see inside, I got my packing material. This is why you can't just take this computer out and hope for the best, because there's packing material inside. Go ahead and push this camera back directly over the table so you guys can see what I'm doing. So this is my the inside of my computer here. So give you guys a quick tour for those of you guys who are watching right now. I think it's just UVCs right now. We got a 140mm fan in the back here. Right in the center here, we got my H115i Pro cooler from Corsair, which is cooling an i7 8700K 6-core hyper-threaded 12-threaded processor, running at just under 5 gigahertz right now. Actually, right now I think it's stock clocked, because I think I declocked it for shipping purposes. I'm just gonna wipe off all the dust on the leading edge of this fan back here. It's kind of bothering me. So we're going to go ahead and do that right away. Typically, I like to do this with isopropanol, which is behind me over there. But right now, this is just bothering me. So we're going to go ahead and do that right away. There's my 48 gigs right there. Need to go to the toilet. Be right back. Okay, I can give you a tour. I can give you a tour of anything you want to see afterwards as well, if you want me to pull anything back up. But there's my 48 gigs of RAM. This is my RTX 2060 XE Ultra from EVGA. I know my face is quite dark. There's not really anything I can do about that. This is my sticker. This sticker over here says, "Has anyone tried unplugging the country and plugging it back in?" Just a funny little sticker I found for a couple bucks in Minnesota at the Electric Fetus. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to pop out this bottom panel. It's going to take a lot of force to get that off, because it is currently. I'm going to go ahead and take this fan filter out first. So we're going to go ahead and take that fan filter out. We do have a Blu-ray drive in here now. That's the only update since you're on your phone. All right, this is gonna be a little bit more of a stream delay, so expect about 10 seconds or so before I answer you. Typically shouldn't have to use a screwdriver for this. I am just a little excessive. You will find that quite often with me. I can't even reach with that one. So we're gonna tilt the case up here. I want this bezel off. I don't even think I can take the front bezel out right now. Okay, we're gonna put that back on. Now we're gonna take off this side panel here, which is just 2 thumb screws on the back. I have an EVGA 750 G3 power supply in this case. So there's the other 2 thumb screws right there. And then we're going to go ahead and remove this side panel as well. I guess by now we might as well remove the rest of the SSDs back here. The 2 SSDs that are on the actual board I will be leaving in the board. This is a half-life overhaul, not an end-of-life overhaul, which is a 4-year overhaul, where everything gets removed, all the coolers get removed and everything. So there's an OCZ Vertex 460A 128 gig SSD from OCZ Technology. And here is my ADATA SU630 1 terabyte SSD, which has served me very well in the past year or so. I've had it. I think I bought that last summer. It weighs considerably less. I don't know what's going on in there. Go ahead and remove. I actually just installed. Well, the drive in this is not new. It was moved so that I can install another SSD in here. We're gonna go ahead and remove. So this is where I ship all my spare power supply cables. You can see this is the gold EVGA bag with all my extra power supply cables in there. Some little bit of cable management product. We're just gonna put that off to the side for now. And I also just installed this Blu-ray drive literally before I shipped this. This is actually a gift from a friend of mine because he gave us his computer. Mitch, I appreciate it. We did not need a Blu-ray drive in the Minecraft server, so I've been taking it. So right now I'm going to do is I'm going to take out the Blu-ray drive, which is simply 4 screws, which are a little hard to get to, so I'm going to do that with you guys. Well, you guys can see on the small cam, it's really hard to see in here, even without the camera. As for tools, I'm using some of my favorite screwdrivers. These are the Craftsman classic acetate handle screwdrivers from the 90s. Excellent, excellent product. Way better than any screwdriver that I've been able to find today. Some people call me old-fashioned for that, but hey. Use what screwdrivers you like. Don't judge. There's a panel on the left side here that hides the screws on the motherboard side. And it's simply 2 retained thumb screws, and this panel comes right out. Put that off to the side on top of the with this dust filter. Onto my side here, on top of the shipping crate. And then there's simply, I should remove this other SSD too. So this is a Crucial MX500 SSD boot drive, which is currently being Optane accelerated. But it is fine to remove it, even with Optane enabled. See my thing of screws here, the fractal box kind of fell apart in shipping there. No big deal. You can go ahead and pop open this top panel too. This is a module vent where you can actually take off the solid part and then it becomes an open vented piece if you so desire, which I do outside of shipping. That module vent is typically open. Right now we're going to go ahead and remove the Blu-ray drive here. So I got 2 more screws. They're just very far inset thumb screws. Like, they're thumb screws, but I couldn't imagine ever using my thumb to put these in. They're like little tiny thumb screws. Here. Where you guys can see them even. They're absolutely tiny compared to a normal case thumb screw here in my other hand. If you guys, it doesn't really show the size difference, but the one that you guys are seeing on the right side is a normal case thumb screw, and this is the, it's considerably smaller overall. Put those over there. Now the Blu-ray drive simply slides out the front. This is a LG, what model is this thing? WH14NS40 Millennium M-Disc Blu-ray burner, 14x times 14x speed. We're going to go ahead and leave the radiator in for now while I remove the rest of these drive cages or drive sleds. We're just going to go ahead and stack them up over there on top of the wire. And remove that one. There's a loop here that holds the power supply baggie in place. This is a power connector that's actually a spare for a second graphics card if I ever decided to install one. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start removing parts from the computer, including this rear fan. I think we could do that. Actually, there's a packing peanut inside the computer. What the heck? Okay. There's two fans, 240mm fans in the bottom of the case as well, in front of the power supply. It's kind of a pain that they're down there, but they do help a lot with ventilation. So, my goodness, my nose is itchy again. We're gonna go ahead and ground ourselves and then pull this power connector for the RTX 2060 XE Ultra. There we go, power connector is now out. Go ahead and take out the two thumb screws on the back here that are holding in my graphics card. As you guys can see, right beside it is the 32GB Optane module right there. And then we're going to press right beside here on the PCI Express lock clip while putting upwards pressure on the card. Very careful to handle the card only by its edges and by the plastic on the cooler here. My EVGA RTX 2060. We're going to go ahead and put that off to the side over here. Now we got the main build of the PC. We're going to go ahead and disconnect the rear fan here and unmount that. If I can find the screws. Oop. And out comes that fan. Don't lose the screw for it. You see the other side of the fan is quite gross. I mean, it's not, this isn't even that bad. We're gonna go ahead and clean that up anyways in a moment here. Next thing we're gonna do, this is my T-probe. Looks like that can just stay in there as part of the motherboard. Connects in right here. There's a little wire that just kind of fishes around the board here, but best as I could have possibly fished it in there. So because this is a Half-Life overhaul, we're not actually going to be removing the actual cooler from the CPU or the cooler from the graphics card. For the most part, this graphics card cooler looks actually extremely clean. There's not, aside from the back here, there's not a lick of dust as far as I can see inside of the actual cooler. A thin film of dust on the actual fan blades, but nothing that I would be worried or concerned about at all. But we are going to be removing the motherboard, which is going to be a lot of fun here. So we're going to go ahead and disconnect the USB 3.0 there. There's 4 serial ATA cables here that will need to be rerun later. Lord, come on. There you go. Go ahead and pull the 8-pin EPS from the top right here, and the USB from the cooler itself there, and pull the USB 2.0 front panel from there, and the USB for the cooler from down there as well, along with all of my front panel connectors there. Then we just have the HD audio connector there, and then I can pull my 24-pin motherboard power there as well. You're gonna go to sleep. It's almost 3 a.m. Appreciate you dropping by Vaseez. Don't worry, you'll be able to watch the VOD if you ever need to actually build a computer, although I'm sure sound like you've built one already in the past. Now I need my number 2 Phillips screwdriver again, which I left back there. So we're actually going to go ahead and first remove the radiator here, and that is a combination of 8 screws in the front here. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. Oop, lost the washer off of that one. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. One more, and this radiator is already drooping down inside of the case. So I probably have to support it from the back side here as I take out screw number 8. There's screw number 8. Now, we'll close this up. I'm going to remove 9 screws from this ATX motherboard. This is the Strix Z370E gaming motherboard from Asus. 1. It's always important to count your screws. Then you're not left over wondering if you had any extras or where you didn't put one in. 2. Actually, there's only 8 screws because the middle one on this was not actually put in. It's actually a alignment peg, which I actually prefer. That's 3. This is 4. 5 would have been this middle one right here, but there's nothing there because it's an alignment peg. So we got 6 over here. 7 up here in the corner by the 8-pin EPS. I say 7, but it's actually number 6. Troy, I am taking it apart right now, Small P. We are not repairing or taking it apart. We're actually doing a cleaning of this, a very, very deep cleaning for its half-life overhaul here. This computer is 2 years old, believe it or not, which kind of makes me sad because this is the first computer I built with completely my own money. Well, my own money being like student loans, but regardless. We're going to go ahead and actually pop out all of this memory too. All 48 gigs. You're buying a new PC on Friday. Congratulations. What are you getting? Why isn't this? So we're going to go ahead and pop out the first module. These are those easy memory slots that I really don't like. It's next to impossible to get these memory modules out properly. Because there's only like a clip on the one side. Should have done this before I pulled all the screws out of the motherboard. That was not smart of me. Send me a link in the DMs. Beauty. Okay, I think the memory modules are gonna have to stay, and you guys are just gonna have to. I mean, there's not that much dust between them. I would have liked to have wiped them down, but that is way too much work to pull those out. But that's my Trident ZRGB memory there. Now my cooler should come right through here. I say should, but I forgot to disconnect the fans on the back side. There's the cooler drooping out right there. Now we gotta disconnect this wire and that one, which are currently underneath all the umbilical of wires going through the case, most of which can actually be removed right now because we're not using any of these. And all of this will be rerun in a moment here. There's the 2 fan wires, and my motherboard is currently being held in by a single peg, so. Just gonna go ahead and pull my radiator. Digital Storm, $4,000. You're getting a Digital Storm PC, huh? Alright, so there's the radiator. But then we're gonna go ahead and lift from this edge so it pops off that peg in the middle while applying pressure towards the back of the case. There we go. Oh, it's free. The pegs. Forgot to remove the front, one of the case fans here. Oh boy. Forgot to remove a couple of the case fans apparently in the top here. There's another connector for the fan as well as the EP. What is that one? And why is it going to the back here? Oh, the actual connector for the fans. Oh, my bad. There we go. So this is my Strix Z370-E motherboard that I'm trying to wrangle out of this thing. What is connecting this thing still? Oh my goodness, guys. There's like a bajillion wires in here are for some reason still connected. That's the power for the CPU cooler. It's powered off a SATA connection in the back there for 12-volt power. Now that's pulled. We'll pull that through. And there comes out my motherboard. You see the Asetek mounting backplate from there. All the different connectors. The board. This is, we're gonna go sit over here for now. So that's the most expensive pieces of my computer out now. Motherboard I/O shield plate. Yes, you guys can't really see it on the camera, but there's a nice film of dust in here. Which is why we are doing all of this in the first place. See my CPU cooler's AIO radiator is gonna get in my way here. Now we're about ready to pull the fans out of the bottom of the case here. Now you guys get your first glimpse of the EVGA G3 power supply down there. Which will be one of the last things we actually end up pulling. Alright, we're going to take out this fan here first. And this fan is connected to this built-in case fan splitter, which I really don't like, to be honest. It's you don't have the granular control over the fans. It's kind of, they're kind of all just running at 12 volts basically all the time. Kind of annoys me actually. Real dislike going on there, and I cut myself. How's it going, Red? Red Wizard in the house. Go ahead and undo my twist tie job over here for the 8-pin EPS. Basically, the whole point of doing this is so that we can go ahead and clean and inspect everything. Make sure everything's in tip-top shape. This is a process, is a vestige from when I had a lot more time on my hands, actually. First starting out building computers. And I still enjoy it, don't get me wrong. It takes a long time to do this to a T. Go grab a walkie pack out bin actually and do this in there. So there's the control cable for the IQ control cable for my H115i Pro. So now, before we take this fan here out, we actually have to slide the power supply out of here, because it's currently in the way. So to take the power supply out on this case is actually just 2 thumb screws, and they're retained. And then the power supply actually screws into a bracket, which is what those 2 thumb screws hold into the case. Go ahead and extricate all my SATA cables here. Yeah, having fun, Mira, when you play her in Siege? Hopefully I'll get back into some Siege action tomorrow evening, if not at the very latest Friday evening. This rebuild is happening tonight. It's going to be done tonight, regardless of how long it's going to take me. It could take a few hours. These are not easy things to do, to be honest with you guys. There's that other fan I was talking about. So this is also a fractal design. Which fan series is these? These are just generic dynamic X2 GP14 fans. General purpose 114 millimeter fans. And learning to place mirrors, it's helping me learn maps. That is good. Map knowledge is what you have to know. If Maxovalian's in here, please tell him to learn maps. He really needs to learn how they all work. I mean, my map knowledge is not, it's not 100%. I'm not gonna lie to you guys and say my map knowledge is amazing, but when I tell him, go X place, I'm literally telling him IQ so you know where the defaults are. What actually helped me learn where the defaults are is actually if you press Shift F2 while you're playing. For everyone joining us, we're talking about Rainbow Six Siege, the Ubisoft game. By it's Red Storm, but there's a website called r6maps.com. And I used to pull that up in the Shift F2 brings up the Uplay overlay. And in the Uplay overlay, there's a web browser. And so if you have the overlay up, you can actually just see where you are in relation to the overlay map, and then figure out from there where you need to be going. Oh. It's the power for that fan controller. So there's my UVGA 750 G3 power supply. Here are all the cables for it coming out. And that should be the most of it. Got my front panel connector there. That's basically a stripped down chassis now. This is a stripped down, what did you say the site is? r6maps.com. Let's see if I can pull it up here. r6maps.com. I don't think they have every single map on here. I don't think they have the updated. They might have the updated Hereford. Let me check. Hereford. Corridor, main stairs. Yeah, they don't have an updated Hereford yet. I don't think they ever will. This is not. It's not like the most perfect thing ever, but it works. So just don't go off of it for Hereford or Oregon. Everything else should be fine. Now we're gonna go ahead and clean this thing up a lot, because it is gross in here. Normally I like to do isopropanol, but hey, I have this cool apple scented Lysol in my workshop, so we're gonna use that today. I really don't feel like there's a difference between them. Plus I don't really have to worry so much about the isopropanol drying my hands out and drying out the rubber components in the case, causing them to crack. Plus this kills 99.9% of, I don't know, whatever it kills. There's a lot of dust in that corner and I cannot get to it. I got reworks, but didn't. Yeah, they did get reworks. I heard there's a new rework for House that I'm super excited about. I mean, the House as it is now, that's a classic map, along with Airplane. I don't know how they would ever rework Airplane, but hey, these guys from Ubisoft, they don't fuck around. They're really good at what they do, and I trust that if they wanted to remake Plane one day, they could probably do it, no problem. And I would probably play it and probably be very happy with the rework. Oregon, there's some parts of it I like, some parts I don't. Particularly the kitchen. I'm not super happy with the rework of how the kitchen in Oregon works now. It's not the end of the world though. few maps you've actually learned house you're talking about, or are you talking about plane? Plane is really easy to learn. It's one of the first maps that I personally learned. Although the default cam locations, they don't really matter. No one really... on the outside. On the inside, the default cams on plane really, really matter. But generally, everybody knows where they are. If you don't shoot them, somebody will. Even if you don't want them to shoot them, because sometimes that gives your position away. House? Okay. Yes, it's not a difficult map. Let's put it that way. You know, it's a house at the end of the day. Ooh, it is gross down there. You guys can see the color of it now. Watch what happens when I wipe. You can see where I wiped, even on the camera. That's gross. And that's why we do it. That's why I do it. Every other year, this is what we do. Oh god, that's gross. House and plane are two known maps for me, but house I really know. Yes, that's very typical. I mean, it's a good starting point, right? For all the other things that you'll have to learn over the time, in due time, to play competitively. I do still want to get ranked, so if you're down to pull me up into ranked, hopefully somewhere in gold like you are, I'd be much appreciated. That's one of my goals for this season, is actually just to rank, because right now I keep saying that I'm Copper 2, but that's because that's the last time that I ranked, I was Copper 2. But that was literally years ago, I think. Plane isn't in rotation. No, it's not. It hasn't been in rotation since like season 1. It's one of the original maps. It got taken out of rotation real quick because of the ability for it's bottlenecked right at the beginning, right when you're going up the ladders to get in, or right when you're going up the what's it called? Not ladders. The plane stairs to actually go into the thing. You get bottlenecked right there. And then you're basically screwed because half your team just got blown up by one C4 thrown by Pulse. Or Rook or Doc or any of these guys. And literally anyone who has a C4. Glaz and now Cali. Glaz and Cali, actually on plane, you could shoot through the windows. Because of their penetration power on their guns. You could fire straight through a window. And it sucks, because you'd be on the inside, and you'd be like, what? How? They're not even inside yet. But that's just how it is. And that was the advantage early days of playing Glaz, was you could fire through the window on plane. Spawn peeking is horrible. Yes, it is. There's a few different places you can spawn peek, but particularly main floor, that big door just outside of kitchen. That's a bad one. The amount of times we've gotten wrecked from that window is horrible. They don't help with the balance. No, they do not. Balancing on plane is the end of the world. It doesn't exist. There's gonna be some stuff way down there I can't reach, unfortunately. I don't feel like taking the case apart to that extent, because this is just, I mean, it's not terribly dirty. That's the thing. This computer is actually, the fan filters for this case are actually damn amazing at keeping the majority of dust and other gunk product out of the case. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good now. I mean, I approve. It's my computer, I guess. But I mean, there's not much left. I mean, this is a case that, you know, if someone sold me, I probably wouldn't bat an eye about buying this. And this is the cool gunmetal version too, that I paid extra for. It's an extra like 20 bucks and worth every dollar of student loan money to get that, in my opinion. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and start reassembling this now. We might actually be done this before 11 p.m. We still have fans to clean, don't we? And also power supply leads. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the floor over here for now. I'm gonna work on some of these power supply leads, because they're really dirty on the end. I'm gonna grab a new piece of paper towel though. I'll be right back, guys. Alright. They're not fun, let me tell you that much. So what I do for my radiator fans is I put them on the inside of my radiator, so they're actually sucking air through. So the inside of these blades are actually ridiculously clean. That's because all the dust gets trapped on this side of the radiator. You can see some of it. I mean, there's not enough in there that I'm concerned about cleaning out the radiator or rinsing it with isopropanol or anything. But the actual case fans are gross. Like, can you guys see that? Like, that's not light bouncing off of it. That's actually, like, that's actually dust. That's not. BLT got updates so you can use your mods against Payday 2. I haven't played Payday 2 in so long. But yeah, that's gross. Like, that's not light that's reflecting. That's actual dust on there. So we'll clean those in just a second here. First, I do want to get the power supply leads done. disgusting. I mean, it's disgusting. Let me tell you that much. Oh, it's getting all over my shirt. That's gross. Luckily, I'm home now. Thanks, Mom. Don't have to do my own laundry anymore. Beta 2 had an update the other day and it broke Super BLT. I mean, there's playing with mods, but then there's like playing online. Then how much mods break games? I can't bring myself to mod my games because of it, or most of my games. I mean, the single player games, yeah, no worries. I mean, like ATS, I got a Clear Sky mod on there. I got mods on Transport Fever, Galore, because I mean, it's a Steam Workshop title. So. But otherwise, I can't really justify it, personally. Especially for online stuff like GTA 5. There's lots of awesome mods for GTA 5 where you can do some crazy stuff. Most of it is very illegal online, but you know, even in the single player offline mode, you can replace Spot with a cat instead, and there's all sorts of cool stuff you can do like that. You can really tell this is one of the original SATA cables I put in. It's dusty as hell everywhere. Most of my mods are more so QOLs, quality of life. Or what was QOL? Others are fixes. Yeah, GTA 4 had a lot of GTA 4 for PC, I should say, had a lot of mods that you really needed to. One sec, guys. Just want to compare this. Interesting. So both ends are not the same on my 8-pin EPS. Should go on that side. It has square. It really does go this way. Round. Outside. Oh, interesting. So this side, the 4-pin. Interesting. Okay. So for that, quality of life, okay. Just try to make sure. Wasn't sure what you meant by QOL. So like there's two 4-pins they break out on this side that connect together. And then there's a 8-pin on this side, and the 8-pin actually connects to the 8-pin, which is pretty damn cool. We're gonna go ahead and wipe off the top of the power supply here as well, just because this is gross. Yeah, like gross. Unfortunately, there's not really a way to clean the fan inside the power supply. Best you can do is just kind of blow them out if they get dirty. Because opening them up does usually void your warranty pretty hardcore. And because this thing has a 13-year warranty, I don't feel like doing that. It's kind of crazy because I bought this thing for like $100 on sale from who did I buy this from? Canada Computers, I think. $100, And it comes with a 13-year, well, it comes with a 10-year power supply and then, or warranty, and then they extend. How's it going, Michelle? And then they extend it for a couple of years when you register it. EVGA is huge on registration stuff. We're just rebuilding my gaming computer, so hopefully I'll be done early enough tonight here that I can actually play with you guys tonight. I'm not sure if you and Melody will be on later tonight when I'm done here. We're almost done. I'm actually just cleaning up the last bits, cleaning up the power supply right now. I'm going to be cleaning up the fans over there. And I think we're good for reconstruction because I cleaned up all the drive cages when I was up in Thunder Bay. And the last time I had this thing apart. The power supply of that? This is the EVGA 750 G3. Whoops. Apparently it's backwards for you guys. Woo! Oh, it's backwards for you guys. Yeah, this is the 750 G3. Same power supply that's in, what's his name's? Zombie Shoes' computer as well. A very popular power supply around the time that I bought it. In 2018, summer of 2018, I bought this computer. Then I put the RTX 2060 in it later on. Originally, I shoved the 770 from Colossal 3DR in here, and left the onboard graphics of the 4770K in that other computer. God, these things are sharp. These fan blades are so sharp. Like, it's hurting my finger to hold on to the fan blade. Got mine for like $50. NEX 750G. Supernova Nex. Yeah, I mean, you can get them on like extreme sale. I mean, the problem with me was like, you need when you need a power supply, you can't buy your computer and then not have a power supply, right? So I kind of just had to buy what was available at the time, and Canada Computers had them on for $100 after a $20 mail-in rebate. So, ow, so sharp. I wouldn't be surprised if I had cuts on my fingers after this, after cleaning 3 of these, because this is gonna suck. Yeah, as you were saying earlier, Red, cleaning fans sucks. The worst. Ow. Again. Ow. Like, someone just needs to invent a way to, like, clean these things by just putting them in, like, some sort of solution. I mean, technically, I could just run it under some water. Not like I really care about these fans too much. Ow. Again. Stabbing me. Brand new, the person who was going to build it, they had it listed for like 100. I was like, well, I'll take 50. Sure, but the original price was way more than that. Yeah, I mean, if someone else was reselling it to you, then I guess. I got this straight from Canada Computers, though. So I has a full 13-year warranty with this thing. Nutty. So this computer, I mean, this computer is 2 years old now. I still got 11 years warranty on the power supply. Score. Hell yeah. Get it, girl. So why did... I'm wondering now, like, why didn't they build it? Like, they just chicken out, or did they... something come up and they just couldn't get some of the parts? So they're just like, whatever, I'll sell this stuff I have now. Glad you enjoyed that little Mean Girls parody. I'd be Gretchen. So I decided not to go ahead and figure it was too much to build and just buy a pre-built. To be honest, for a lot of people, I don't blame them. I mean, just look what it's like. I'll be rebuilding my computer here in a second, and I'm not doing the hardest parts, which are mounting your CPU cooler, and installing memory, because that's already in there right now. It's covered by me, but it's over there. Trust me. Like, I'm not doing that, and this is already a lot of work. I mean, to be fair, I'm cleaning this stuff one blade at a time, so it's gonna take a while for me to get this done. Are you gonna be on Minecraft tonight? Because if so, I might just rush through this a little faster. See you all in 10 hours. Yeah. No kidding. This is gonna take a while. I mean, it shouldn't take 10 hours. Just being completely honest. I know you're being sarcastic, but if this takes me 10 hours, guys, I have to find a new hobby. I was diagnosing my windshield wipers today. Some of you guys know my windshield wipers on my Coyote F-150 are dead. My wipers right now on my windshield are, you know, they're normally like, so if this was my windshield, they're kind of like this, and they kind of go like that. My windshield wipers right now, they went like this, and then they stopped, and they will not go back down. I could like pull them while the motor is coming down, but like it just no. Maestro, how are you doing, my friend? Oh my, so much foam. There's peanuts everywhere. My friends who all call them they call them warehouse herpes. Hello. Wait, you're watching upstairs? I always pull this table out. No, I'm home. I've been home since Saturday. You picked me up. You go, where is he right now? What are you watching on? You on Facebook or are you watching on Facebook Live? Oh, say hi to everybody.
Hello, everybody. Who's ever out there?
This is my dad behind us here. Oh, I stole your table? It's just over there. The map's over here. I'll put it back later, don't worry. So what? What are you finishing? Oh, put it back under there? Hello, Cal's dad. He already left. Papa Cal. Name is Pete, guys. I mean, it's like 10 p.m. He's probably gonna peter out soon. Alright. What's this one? Sorry, guys, that was a terrible joke. Please, please excuse the dry humor. Hey, that's a joke you made the other day, okay? I'm just plagiarizing his joke. Why is this connector not going in? Apparently that doesn't want to go in there. What in the world? How does this work then? So CPU, if I connect that, it should go click. No. Doesn't click in there. What the flip? Wait, so it has to go the other way? Bands Cal920c. I've actually seen things where people were banning the one of the mods was banning the or timing out the broadcaster. I was like, wait, that's a thing apparently. The thing is, I'm a stream editor. I mean, I'm a mod in a few communities, but I'm a stream editor in others. I had no idea that was possible. Like, you can't ban them from their own channel, obviously, but like, I didn't know you could time out your own thing. That was just funny to me. Alright, so I'm gonna need a SATA power, serial ATA power for my accessories. Then I'm gonna need, what's this one? VGA 3. We'll put that one in later. I need a serial ATA power for those drives. And the bottom, yeah, serial ATA power for the drives in the drive bays. Actually, no, that's gonna have to go up to my DVD player, and then we're gonna have to use the accessory drive to power my SSDs as well, because there's only 3 SATA on this one, apparently. Yikes, guys. Then we're gonna go ahead and plug in our VGA 1. And my spare VGA 2. Not that I would ever plan on having 2 graphics cards in here, but you never know when you might need to power a spare card or a secondary card in one of these. Ow. Okay. Now that we have the power sorted back out here, I don't think there's another serial ATA power in here. Drive cage cover. So I have here the second CPU power connector, another 8-pin PCIe, another 8-pin PCIe. MFW rank 4 reinforces your next to your and my peripheral cable. They also give me a power supply tester or short circuiting adapter. Yeah, plug this in and then you plug it in and your fan turns on. And then there's a Molex Power to floppy adapter because those are required as per the ATX standard. Honestly, way better than when they used to include that on the end of a Molex connector. Oh, it was brutal. Like, what do I do with this? Who the hell installs a floppy drive anymore, guys? I don't need that either. Like, who does that? Who installs floppy drives anymore? Anybody? Floppy drive? You know, the 3D save icons? Like, who does that? I'm actually going to install the bottom fans before I do this, because it really sucked last time. Oh, I still have 1 fan to clean. Guys, why didn't you tell me? eBay still has them, but the shitty power supplies that still have the floppy connector. This is my back fan, so this one doesn't have too much dust in it because this one gets blown out with some compressed air regularly. When I was in Thunder Bay, I actually had to buy a can of compressed air because I couldn't afford a compressor, I just had nowhere to put one. I usually run a couple gallon air compressor. The one I have in the workshop here is, I don't know how many gallons, 15 gallon? 5 gallon? I actually don't know. The box is over there for it. Usual MMR YRD. Drop so low, I'm going in with sub rank 10s. Yikes. Why are they not in, like, newcomer mode? I swear you're probably just playing with Smurfs that want to laugh. I'm gonna reinforce next to this mirror. Watch him screw me. Watch him TK me. I saw YouTube guys use leaf blowers to clean out the inside of their PC. You can. Actually, that's not a terrible idea, because leaf blowers are extremely low pressure, high volumes of air. So that would actually work. So I mean, I don't recommend you blowing leaves into your PC, but you know, to each their own. If you want to blow leaves in your PC, Maestro, power to you. Almost installed the fan upside down. Newcomer is now toxic with Smurfs. That's unfortunate. I mean, like, see, I'm from a time before, oh boy, before Newcomer was a thing. Like, I'm a day one player, right? So when I started, Newcomer was not a thing. If you wanted to learn, you did the situations, and you hopped online and you waited 45 minutes for a game. And then when you got in, it was community. We actually used to do like clearing of the rooms. Like, it was so tactical how we used to do it. Holding hallway. All right, sweep. Take long wall. I got short. Like, we used to do it for real. Like, you know, like, I got hallway. I got you guys covered. Contact left. You know, suppressing fire. Backing up, reloading, and you would be watching who was saying what. Like it was real. It was so tactical how we used to do it. And then now you get, you know, these fucking scrubs that just come in and start TKing everybody. And it's just like, it's not. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it gets to the point where it's not fun anymore. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Sometimes you get to the point where you're just like, fuck you, and get out of my game. And it's just the kind of game it's become, really. I miss those days. I miss, you know, when it was real. It's a simulation. You're not playing for fun, man. If you want to play for fun, go play some Call of Duty. Like, you know, fun to me is when we take it seriously, and a lot of the older guys will agree, I think. Fun is when you take it seriously and you play the game for what it actually is. It's a simulator for tactical realism. Or, well, I mean, it's modified tactical realism, because you can't just reload as many times as you want in reality, but... And there is a mode for that. Like, there is customs where you can enable tactical realism to the point where you actually only have a certain amount of clips. Or, not clips, magazines. Jay, how's it going? I am rebuilding my computer right now. How are you doing, my friend? Hope home life is good for you. I'm safely back in Richmond Hill. I think I responded to your comment there on Facebook. Need a job. Yeah, that's not shouldn't be too hard. And you just gotta wait till this whole pandemic thing is over. I hope you're applying for CERB, because you do qualify, I'm pretty sure. If not, you can at least qualify for the 1750. At the very least. The government should give you that. If not the full 2Gs. The fuck? EWM cable. So that's gonna go to... I don't think that'll reach if I brought that down to AIO pump. Because I would have to go down to about there. I don't think that's gonna reach. Oh, I could always try it. Yeah, but I mean, aside from the job hunt, which I'm sure Caps is also... Caps, my friend Josh, my friend Emily, they're all having problems with that too. I mean, even myself, I have a job, and I'm supposed to be I was supposed to have started Monday, and right now it looks like I won't be starting until the Monday or Tuesday after. Yeah, the Tuesday after. I'm not sure I haven't been assigned a site yet. Usually that happens first day, so I'm not too concerned about that part. What I am concerned about is whether or not I'll actually be starting on that day. As I mean, with everything going on, who knows? The government of Ontario may extend the emergency. And if they do, maybe I'll get another free month of CERB. Because as a person who, did have a summer job last year, I have a job that is deferred start now, so now I should have had a summer job. So according to the wizard online that the government of Canada makes you do before you apply, I do qualify, so, well, why not? But yeah, I mean, at least now I got 2 weeks. By the way, my wiper motor died. I don't know if you've been keeping up on the Discord, but my wiper motors and on Facebook too. My wiper motor died, so I gotta go pick up another one of those tomorrow. $200. I still haven't paid for shipping for this yet. I have my computer back, but the my logistics company is still financing all of this for me. I'd like to thank them for that. Specifically my friend who works there. Alright, I think that's all the case. Got the fans installed. And to run these power supply leads. Search on pause, been cooking and baking to pass time. Hey man, we got an awesome sous vide and food channel in the Discord. Feel free to post some stuff, man. I always love seeing the cooking everybody's been doing during this pandemic. All the baking. I know Dars Ehab, if you know him. He's been doing a bunch of bacon this pandemic. So me, I've been working on my computers, been working on my cars. That's what I've been doing. You know me though, I love this shit. Sorry guys, 1 sec, I just gotta get this power supply in here and mounted. Yeah, you did apply for CERB? Good. And why wouldn't you? It's like $2,000 for free, man. As long as you survive. I mean, in my house, we got 3 essential workers, including myself. So there's if there's a family out there that's high risk of contracting this, it's gonna be my family, unfortunately. What the hell's going on with this screw? My radiator screws are on the loose here. Right. Let's see how this sorts out here. I got this mess of wires. Little spaghetti factory going on over here. Alright, first things first, where's my 8-pin EPS? Looks like this one is my 8-pin EPS. There it is. This one gets to turn around and run up the backside of my case here. And usually I just have this twist tied back here on these loops. I mean, I do have the actual EVGA loops that I could be using, but in my opinion, these work great as well. Now I'm actually going to leave the rest of this in here. We're going to flip this case over. We're going to install my motherboard. That's the cable's getting run over. So to install my motherboard, we're going to have to install the AIO liquid cooling unit at the same time. That's just how it's going to be. Don't forget your IO shield though, that's super important. Oh my lord. Come on, get in there. This is not recommended. I mean, this motherboard weighs a lot and I'm lifting it from the CPU socket. Ugh. Yes, it's getting in the way. All the stuff on the bottom is now getting in my way. Drop that in there for now. USB 3 is getting in my way. Front panel. HD audio. now get on the right spot. Come on. There we go. We're close. So now I gotta get it on that first peg that I was talking about in the middle here. There we go. Now it's on that peg. Make sure my IO shield is in the right place. We Gucci. I'm just gonna go ahead and plug in my HD audio here because it's in my teeth. It's in my way. Whee! Yeah. Oh. Did I ever solve the blue screen issue? No, it just kind of went away, to be honest. But one day it just stopped doing it. I'm not sure exactly why. Like it was still doing it after the hey Max. Didn't even see it. I didn't realize it was you. I thought it was Michelle who was talking. No, I didn't solve the blue screen actually, come to think of it. It just kind of went away. Not sure exactly why, but hey, I'll take it. Go ahead and screw that in. So we have 8 screws to put in, so there's 1. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. And last 8. And my USB and front panel are in my way. No surprise. I was kind of really sad that this board didn't come with a Q connector, which is what these little front panel things plug into to make life a lot easier. Instead, I kind of have to now look at what the pinout is. In fact, I might need to pull up the user's manual for this because I don't know. Wait, this case has an HDD LED? What? Since when? Okay. And this case has an HDD LED. I did not know that. Where? Power switch. Reset switch. Power LED. Reset. Guys, I can't see in here. I am not doing any upgrades right now. This is all simply to clean it out. I don't know if you were, I don't think you were here yet, but I cleaned out. I mean, here's all the dirty tissues. Oh, the fluorescent light's making that look a lot cleaner than it actually is, but you can kind of see how dirty it is on the webcam screen. I cannot read. Reset switch, power switch. Power LED plus. Power LED minus. I always screw this up later anyways. Stream some Payday 2. You have fun. Alright, take care, Red. Appreciate you dropping by. I honestly don't want to. It's a lot of work. It's like cleaning your car. Speaking of which, I still need to do that. It's gonna be a long week. So I get for moving home after 3 years. Gonna be a disaster. But it's gonna be my disaster. Yeah, I mean, there's no upgrades going in right now. I just put in underneath this M.2 sheet, underneath this heatsink, there's a brand new NVMe drive, 1 terabyte WD Blue SN550 SSD from Western Digital, capable of up around 2.5 gigabytes per second of read and writes. I think my 8-pin EPS is connected, otherwise my CPU is going to have a lot of fun running on half of its available power. Alright, that should be good. Alright, I can plug in my USB 3.0. Oh my god, that connector is so stiff. Get in there. Doesn't want to go in. Come on. Why doesn't that one go? Oh my goodness. That's a lot of vertical stress going in on that connector. I don't like that. I mean, it's a Lotes connector, so I'm not super worried about it, but it's not nice. What tripod am I using? It's not a tripod. It's actually, if you see the steel beam over my head here, there's another steel beam equivalent to it on the right side of me here. And it's just a piece of 2x4 going across, and then it's C-clamped on both sides, and then my webcam is... Hi. My webcam is just kind of mounted, bolted to it above. You guys can see the webcam actually up right there on the thing. But yeah, and then my laptop is my face cam, although I'm really dark on it because of the way the lighting is done right now. I mean, this is my workshop. It's not designed for live streaming. If it was, you you know, there'd be lights set up on the floor and stuff lighting up my face too. But it's not, unfortunately. I don't have a ring light, so work with what we got. Plug in my USB. Which really should just paint these connectors so that they're actually black instead of these colorful cables. So you want to set up for recording my guy cooking stuff. Proper setup, hence why you ask. How much do you, I mean, are you at your parents' house or do you have your own place right now? I could help you out with designing something if you want. I did a fair amount of set design or set construction back in my high school days. And I got some hookups that could hook you up with some stuff. Still at your parents? So how much do your parents care about you mounting stuff to, say, the walls or the ceiling? I mean, we can chat afterward if you want about that. I'm always down to do some consulting. And just FYI, my consulting, I don't charge for it or anything. I just kind of do it because I love doing it. So don't worry about me like sending you a bill for $1,000 or anything like that. Then I'm looking to move out. Okay, so maybe we'll design something that's, you know, somewhat portable so that you could take it with you. I mean, this is very temporary, right? I mean, my webcam's coming up to my room with me once we're done here. Just put my radiator on top of all these cables. Beautiful, beautiful. Got a couple more dings in my radiator now. Boy, don't like that. A radiator comb at some point. Wait, it's a nasty little one there. But anyways, yeah, we can talk about it later, or I'm down to chat right now. So let me get this radiator mounted up real quick here in the front. So in this case, technically I could mount a 280 rad here on the top, but it involves me removing this drive cage, so that ain't gonna work. Not in my opinion. I'm not removing my drive cage because I need it more than people kind of realize. At some point this computer is probably gonna get a RAID card in it. And then from there, it's going to get a set of probably 4 drives for another RAID 5. Thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 or 20 terabytes this time. Like, I don't screw around when it comes to file server solutions. It's not going to be running Unraid or anything fancy like that. It's probably just going to be Windows. A Windows 10 install with some extra features. Over here, Mom. Oh, yeah. Try it home. Just here. Go ahead, Mama. Okay. It tastes great. I don't know what Moy was talking about.
No, I think it's that is still
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mom. Mm-hmm. And she says, I'm cheap. So they're talking about is my, that was my mom there. She just dropped off a bowl of honeydew for me, which is this bowl in right here. My sister bought it and she was like, ew, it's bitter. My mom just cut a little more of the rind off, or not rind, a little more of the skin and the zest off of it. And it tastes fine. Like, it tastes good. It tastes like honeydew. It doesn't taste bitter at all. It actually tastes quite sweet. My mom told my sister that, my sister was like, what? I'm cheap. It was in reference to the fact that she cut too close to the skin and left a bunch of the bitter zest on the melon. I don't know. I didn't have any of the stuff that she cut, so couldn't tell you what she was doing wrong. So yeah, in terms of other consultations this week, I will be working on Smugnificent's server, his Discord server. It's been a few months. My official role in there is called Bot Lord, so I'm going to be looking at his role permission stacks for Discord. Otherwise, I'm going to be handing off the Engineering Student Society of Lakehead University's social media, because I was their director of social media. I officially completed my position in that capacity last week when I finished my studies at Lakehead. I say finished. I didn't graduate or anything. I am officially a university dropout now, I guess. I'll put it that way. Radiators mounted. I can put in the Blu-ray drive now too. Aside from that, we have Jordy Herm, or Hermburgers is her Twitch. She's asked me to help her set up her Discord as well. Hi, Kristen. No, you're not. You're just waiting for approval to graduate like me, right? I wish. I have 9 courses left. We're 9. 11 courses left. And honestly, I'm burnt out, honestly, with you guys. I am really burnt out. As much stress as this week has been, with pulling my dipstick and finding out there's basically no oil in my engine. My dad's truck needs an oil change too, and Canadian Tire is being a little bitch and not selling me oil. Or they're not selling me enough oil to change the oil in all 3 cars. I have oil filters for all 3 cars. I did 2 of them already. My truck and my mom's car. My windshield wipers died on me, as you guys know. This finally arrived. So I gotta say a huge thing. Like, I owe my logistics company so much for getting this done for me. You know, in such a tight couple days, as I moved out on basically all of last week. I finished my exams 2 weeks ago tomorrow. So 13 days ago, I finished my last exam, and the next day I started packing. I started throwing out RFQs for these crates. If you guys follow me on Instagram, !Instagram or Insta, these huge crates that I designed literally that night. If you guys followed me for a while, then I did that live on stream. I designed those crates and built up a cut sheet, and I sent out an RFQ for that. Shout out to guys on Windsor Plywood Thunder Bay for getting that done for me the next day. So Saturday I got those crates in. Saturday I got those crates in, and it was just, why does my instant command not work? There you go. I'll have to fix that later now, so that's another thing on my to-do list. Insta is supposed to work. One moment. We are gonna fix that right now, guys. We're gonna do that right here, right now. You guys are coming along for the ride. Nightbot.tv. You guys are gonna come with me for the ride. So I am also a Nightbot administrator, or Nightbot manager, as they call it. So I do my own, and if I click on this, you'll see there's a few other channels that I do Nightbot backend for. But if you guys go through my thing, Insta 2, what? Why is there a 2 on the end? Oh, my Insta command disappeared. So if I do an exclamation mark Insta, then I can actually, instead of having to type the message over again, I can actually have it reference the other one. Now if somebody wants to go ahead and try the Insta command, we should have an Insta as well now. There you go. And it was just like that. You add a command. Come on, Max. Lowercase. No caps. There. Thanks, Kristen. It only works every 5 seconds, guys. Because I think that's the lowest. I can shut it. Alright. Now you guys learned a little bit tonight. Yeah, Max, you gotta be on the ball, man. You gotta be on the ball. It just prevents spamming of the commands, to be honest. That's literally why that timer is set like that. Alright, let's start wiring this bad boy. So for this, I'm just gonna shove all these wires. Any wires that I need on the back end, I'm just gonna shove them through the top here. So these are the wires that are for my CPU cooler. There's one there, and there is one there. Oh no, Nightbot can do ow, ow, ow. Stabbed myself on a fan connector. No blood though. We're good. Okay. No blood, no report. I'm kidding. I don't do that to my guys. If they have, like, when I am considered a supervisor, if my guys come to me with a report that they say, no problem, Kristen, we'll see you when you get back. If my guys come to me with an injury, we do the paperwork. Because it's a legal requirement, guys. You don't fuck around with the law. But they have to come to me within the legally specified timeframes, because obviously you need to follow the laws. And then after that, it's up to the safety department usually. So we're going to connect these. These are my 2 special Corsair ML140 magnetic levitation fans that come with the H115i Pro. Kristen with a Y, who just went on lurk mode here, she has the H115i RGB Platinum, which is 1 step above this cooler, and that comes with some fancy stuff. Some fancy stuffs, including what's that one come with? That comes with the magnetic levitation light loop fans, which has the spinning or the individual zones on the fan for RGB. These are just black and white, or sorry, gray, black and gray. Pretty boring, but there's no sense in spending hundreds of dollars on fans that don't necessarily need to be replaced, in my opinion. I'm not of the money right now that I can do that. Okay, this is one of my fans. We're gonna connect fans last because I don't know how many things I'm gonna need. Where's my other fan? There it is. So we're gonna do the fans last. I'm just gonna leave those hanging there. Oh, there, honeydew. This is one of my PCI Express. Well, the first one we're gonna run, or try to run, is my 24-pin power, which is this big boy here. This is a thick with extra C's cable. And that needs to go right here. Go ahead and open up these loops here so that my cable runs can actually be tied down later. There are all these cables here. Through there, go under there. I'll pull that off to the side for now. That's going to be very tight. Then this cable needs to actually go over that one because this is actually going to go out approximately through the USB 3.0 cable to go power my GPU 1, which is going to be my RTX 2060 in this case. And I have a little plan for where your stuff is actually going to go to get power from. Guys, I'm getting a little thirsty, so we're going to go ahead and be right back while I go get a drink. Alright guys, let's get this show back on the road here. Myself a can of Nest tea. Just kidding. Alright. Whee! I wasn't supposed to do that. So this is actually, which one's this one? This is VGA 2, so we're gonna leave this one off to the side for now. But between my three This is the shortest one. This is the one we're gonna leave here, hereby, to power my accessories that need to be powered. Go ahead and power my CPU cooler with that. Go ahead and power the onboard fan controller with the other one. There we go. And that's going to power. Don't really like how that looks, but I think it'll work. I'll power my drive over there with the other one. And then this one is going to power this one. This one's going to reach up here and power my DVD drive there in a moment. Actually, I could power my stuff up here with this one. I should also put in my DVD drive so I actually see where my cable runs need to go for it, because I've actually never had a DVD drive in this computer before. Case opens from the other side. This is going to be difficult. Approximately to there. That's going to work perfectly for that one. So therefore, I think we're actually going to go ahead and power this with this one. You know what? If that works, I don't mind. Actually, we're going to go ahead and use that to power that. We're going to leave that one right there. I can actually get a loop tie and tie that down right there, or even get a piece of double-sided tape to tape that down later. And then for this other power connector here, actually go ahead and use this power right there, and leaving this one to completely power drives for the future over here. I'm going to fish this now under here. Oh boy, that actually needed to go on the other side of my oh, I pulled my DVD drive all the way through case. Okay. Repower this guy. Also, oh, that's not that one. I don't actually know if I'm going to be using the fan header or fan connector here. We'll find out later. later in the video. A pulse width modulation cable. Which I'll probably populate into CPU option fan. And then got 2 there, 1 there. I should be able to power all of my fans off of the motherboard on this. Should be able to. So I have GPU 1 power there. Serial ATA power for that. Then we're going to loop this one back around like this to keep it out of the way of the fan. Power the 2 drives that sit right here. Namely, the 2 drives up there. There's no hard drives in this computer, in case you guys didn't know. Right. I think we're just about ready to flip this guy back upwards. Alright. It's like that. Good there. Now I got power for my DVD drive. The spare cable just kind of tucks into that cavity there. Hmm. Right, let's get these drive cages back in. Maybe they could use a wipe off, but I think we'll survive. Gotta make sure it fits. Then that is basically secured from moving by literally one of these loops of cable tie. We put in the one with the actual drive on it. And we'll go ahead and power that while we're here. On this sled actually goes the box of hardware from Fractal. That's all the drive cages back in. Now I can go ahead and install SSDs in the back end here. Simply click in. Then there's a screw to mount them like that. Well, this 8-pin EPS doesn't look like it wants to cooperate with them. Alright, now we can start running our serial ATA connections between them. So first one we're going to do is actually going to be our DVD drive up here. It was never fun to do. So to do my DVD drive, I'm actually going to go ahead and mount my DVD drive properly. Or we wire it. Excuse me. So there's a couple different axes we have to consider when mounting a DVD drive. The first is your distance front back this way in this axis, which is pretty simple. You basically just push it in or out, depending on the face of the. Push this back here a little for you guys to see. Basically, you mount it to the face of the case here, just how you like it, and then you have to consider the yaw of it, which it can tilt slightly a couple degrees, clockwise or counterclockwise, and then it can also tilt in this plane as well. So those are the ones you really have to consider when mounting a DVD drive. That's why these are thumb screws, so that you can just kind of get them started. Problem is, this case is kind of at the end of when DVD drives or optical disc drives were being installed in computers. So there's not a huge consideration for them on this. In this case, that was terrible. My apologies for the terrible joke that was. So by putting these screws in, this case has little shark teeth, I guess, that keep it from going front to back once I put the screws in. But I can still yaw it up and down and left and right to some extent. I'm going to align my vertical pitch here so that the front of this is actually the same level. I'll lock down this angle of it. I'm going to undo this one over here. I can slide it back one screw hole. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and lock that in as well. It's going to need a slight, too much, slight touch there. Go ahead and lock that in, and our fourth screw just to lock it all in case one of the other screws gets loose in when I move this upstairs to my room. As much as Dad probably wants this computer with the RTX 2060 playing racing simulators down here, I want it in my room. So now I'm just going to go ahead and insert that serial ATA data cable for the optical disc drive. There we go. Now that's seated, I'm going to go ahead and run the serial ATA data connection. Just like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and run the data connection for, oh crap, I dropped one of these cables. I'm going to run the serial ATA data connection for the other drives over here as well while I'm here. Actually, this one needs to go. And one more right here. So I'm going to take that 90-degree connector, because this is the one that has to go with the Optane accelerated drive. Go ahead and plug that in right there. Or forget. Turn this over so you guys can see the additional spaghetti I just added to this. Now, is it a good idea to run power and data cables together like this? The debate is definitely alive for that. Personally, it's a difference of a couple of megabytes per second. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it matters as much as people say it does. My data for that SSD and my data for that SSD. Go ahead and tuck this serial ATA cable down there. Oh, that's mounted. Just want to check. Oh, this isn't. That's not good. Well, this fan is loose, guys. Something I definitely should have checked while the radiator was off. Nothing I can't fix now, though. I mean, granted, it is much more difficult now to fix than if I had fixed it earlier. There we go. Go ahead and replace this drive caddy. And we are there. So that's the release mechanism for on top. So that's not actually loose. That's because there's no that top plate. Has not yet installed. That's everything on the back side here is now wired up. We're just gonna leave those hanging there for future drives that don't exist yet. Or they might exist and I just haven't bought them, but for now. Headphone wires being run over. Now we're gonna go ahead and wire up this front side. That USB 3 is being put under a lot of stress. Okay, first thing we're going to plug in is our 24-pin motherboard connector. So now we have power to my motherboard. Now we're going to plug in my CPU option fan, which is going to be this one, for the fan controller that I'm not actually using. So I'm not sure how that's going to go or how that's going to like that. And then we're going to use the PWM coming off of my CPU cooler's pump into the fan there. And then we're just going to tuck the remaining wire into the back of the chassis there, just to clean up the aesthetic a little bit there. We have one fan connector right here where my finger is for the front, one of the bottom case fans, and then it looks like I have another fan connector down here as well that I'll use for the other one. So I'm not sure why I bothered using the CPU, not CPU, the case fan thing. That one's chassis fan 1, and this one down here is, I can't even read that. This one's M.2 fan. Okay, so that's why I did that, because technically I'm not supposed to use the M.2 fan for that. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just going to be fan controlled by the M.2, the heat of the M.2 drive. Yes, Caddick. But the H115i Pro has its own built-in fan controller. So, although it reports the pump speed, don't use what? I am a monster, but this is also my own personal computer, so does it really matter? I'm also drinking Nestea over it. Imagine if I spilt that. These are BIOS controlled through the Asus HWMON on board. The ROG HWMON. And they're all PWM headers, so should be fine. What are you saying? I mean, I actually like it, because then it actually goes 0 RPM mode. No, I disagree, because these fans that are cooling my radiator don't matter to the CPU. The temperature of the CPU is controlled by the water or the liquid in the cooler, and these fans should be controlled by the heat of the liquid, not by the heat of the CPU. Because if this pump was to fail, okay, it should set off an alarm for my CPU, because now the liquid's no longer flowing. If these fans fail, who cares? Because at the same time, there's enough heat cooling capacity in this radiator that I would notice long before it overheats, before the liquid in here gets to the T-junction, which is 102 Celsius on the CPU, I believe. Either 99 or 102 Celsius. Long before that, I should notice that The liquid's getting thing. The liquid's getting a little warm in here. My fans aren't ramping up. My CPU's downclocking. So in my opinion, it's the chain of what's it called? Heat, where the heat is transferring. So the motherboard controls the pump, it doesn't actually control the pump, but it can monitor the pump and tell me whether my pump is working or not. Yes, the Corsair IQ software can do that too. The more alarms I have, the better, in my opinion, for the pump, because the pump is the single critical point of failure in this whole cooling solution. There's 2 fans, and there's with our wireless printer, no computer can find the printer. All right, I'll help you with that after, unless you need to print like right now. I was saying to Caddick here, if this pump fails, my CPU is kind of toast. I've had that happen with my NZXT Kraken X60, where, yeah, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. These fans don't run when the computer turns on. I don't care, because there's enough, so long as the pump runs, because the pump isn't controlled by software. The pump is controlled by power. It's a SATA power connector on the back. I could care less whether or not, regardless of the fan spins, there's enough water in here to keep this thing running for at least 20 minutes. It takes 5 minutes. I've tested it. If this pump fails, this computer overheats in 5 minutes. I've tested this on my X60 because it blew the fuse on one of the fan headers. But reality is, it doesn't matter, because I'm heating the liquid. I'm not, the fans, even if I had these fans cranked at 150%, they won't cool the water in the block. So it really doesn't matter. And this water will, if the pump is running, this water will never get hot enough for it to boil over, regardless if the software has failed. Like, just convection through the radiator itself would be more than enough to cool this thing. Yeah, exactly. It's my computer. This is how I've designed it, so. And it's worked for 2 years flawlessly. Because with an AIO, your critical part is your pump. Your fans don't really matter at the end of the day. You could blow through the fan with your mouth if you really wanted to, or blow through the radiator with your mouth. You could put a desk fan or a yeah, I love AIOs, frankly, myself, because this computer, I could literally do that all day, and this computer would have no problem. Because this computer is completely solid state, minus the DVD drive I just put in, but whatever. And the fans on that, and the fans in the actual system. This computer was designed from the ground up to be thrown out the back of a truck. That's why this, I don't think you were here earlier for it, but behind me up here, one second, there's this box right here. That is a specialized shipping crate for this computer. It is designed for this computer only, and it's designed for this computer to go thousands of kilometers anywhere in the world I need to send it. Because with the APFC power supply, this thing can run on 100 to 240 volts. So I can send this computer literally to China, literally to England, France, Belgium, Russia, Brazil, Peru, Chile, the former Yugoslavia, and it wouldn't matter because that's what this computer is designed to do. This computer was built for me to go to school with, and you know, my school is 1,350, or my old school at this point is 1,350 kilometers from here. So specification was that is to have the minimum moving parts, and having a massive NHD 14 or a Dark Rock Pro 3 or whatever else is a big cooler, a Zalman Z, I forget, the big Zalman Z cooler, you know what I'm talking about, the big copper thing that literally hangs out here. Having that hanging off of my CPU cooler is no bueno for me. That's really no bueno. Having this, like, I literally earlier I lifted my entire motherboard from this. I have complete confidence that this is still gonna work now. Even after I've done that, would I do that with someone else's computer? Probably not. But for my own computer, I know what it's. You know, I know this thing inside out. I've built this thing and now I'm rebuilding it. So for me, this is what works. This is what I trust, that if I take this and I literally yuck it across the room right now, will the case break? Absolutely. Will the computer inside break? It'll probably still turn on, to be honest. Yep. Anyways, have a good night, Caddick. You know, we're not going to agree on everything, right? As good friends as we are. You know, we all have our own opinions and our own vices. Anyways, exciting time. Let's get the... Oh, Lord. Yikes. That's a lot of dust on there, guys. Boo. I need to... You're back to work now? That's good. That's good to hear. I can't wait to start work on the 12th of May. But yeah, enjoy, man. At least one of us is working. Another downside to AIOs that Caddick hasn't mentioned, but I will tell you guys, is that your VRMs, which are these here, these silver pieces, they run a lot hotter when you're running an AIO, just because you don't have that downward airflow to cool them off, unfortunately. But that's a trade-off I'm willing to make, just because of the nature of this computer and what it is intended to do. And I trust that Asus has designed their VRM solution with AIOs in mind, just simply due to what these boards are for. Go ahead and plug this into chassis fan 1 here. And the IO pump header is just going to be empty for now. Another huge debate when it comes to cooling is whether you have positive or negative airflow in your case. And in layman's terms, what that means is, do you have more air going into the case or more air being pulled out of the case? Me personally, I like to have a positive airflow. I like to have as much fresh air being pushed into the case as possible, as much as I can through filtered intakes. So for this case, how I have it set up is the power supply intakes air in and exhausts it out the back. This is the back of the case right now. This is the top, this is the bottom, this is the front. I have two fans here, controlled by IQ, which bring in air through the front. Sometimes. Those are controlled by the heat of the liquid in the lines and in the reservoirs up and below, in the cooler itself. As Caddick tried to say, you should be controlling that with hardware. I disagree, because the hardware doesn't, it is hardware controlled. It's hardware controlled through the controller unit. The IQ software, he's right, does not load until Windows loads, but the onboard controller already has logic built into it to control the temperature of the liquid. Now, those don't spin all the time. When the computer is idle, those are 0 RPM, which is fine. There's enough heat capacity, as I said, and enough convection cooling through natural airflow through the radiator, either being pushed through that way by the positive airflow in the case, or when the fans are being sucking them through to cool the CPU just naturally. This is my rear fan. This is an exhaust. This is the only exhaust in the case, only active exhaust in the case. And the two that others that I had mentioned earlier in the bottom here, this one here and this one here, are pulling air in. This one's pulling air into the this top panel of the power supply shroud is perforated, so that feeds air in vertically through that way. This feeds additional air into this cavity here to help cool any future drives that are in this space here, as well as feeding air to the graphics card, as the graphics card does get installed in this orientation with the fans facing the bottom of the case. It gets to pull air in through that as well. All right, I think that's mounted now, plugged in. We should have a 8-pin power for the 8-pin power on my GeForce RTX 2060. Thing I should mention is this board has the cool Asus reinforced PCI Express slots, which have 4 times the retention force, apparently, of a normal slot. I don't know about retention force, but I definitely trust that shipping. First time I actually took this card out to ship separately from the computer, but the second time and subsequent times onward, I've shipped this card in the computer with the paper you saw at the beginning, holding everything in place. And it has not been a problem. You don't need... What? Actually? Kristen! Please tell me you're joking. Are you kidding right now? And please tell me at least that you guys are gonna shoot it. At the very least. Don't tell me you guys just tucked it in the garbage can, because that'd be so boring. I want to hear like, oh yeah, we shot it with like a 50 cal, or like, oh, we took a 12 gauge to it. This has happened more times. Oh boy, Lou, stop. That's not cool. It's seriously in there. It's not that hard to fix wireless printers. If anything, it's easier than fixing not wireless printers, because you have options. Well, if you want to go rescue it from the garage, Honestly, it is. It's because for that kind of device, you're probably going to want to put it on a static IP. And you're going to have that problem with any other printer as well. Wait, did he actually, like, break it by throwing it away? Because, I mean, those things don't break that easily, to say the least. Now, to run the Corsair iQ LAN cable, go ahead and plug that in there. Then go ahead and run that up through beside the 8-pin EPS connector. I heard him throw it. Oh no. Lou! Why? It's technological abuse. I was joking about throwing my computer, okay? I would never wish that upon my computer. I mean, to be fair, it probably has been thrown by the courier company just because, you know, that's what they do. Is they throw stuff. That has got to be one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard while I was live. Sorry, I don't need help with that anymore. My husband threw it. He went total yeet. So the Asus router will. Remember I was telling you about DHCP, Domain Host Control Protocol? So the Asus router will actually issue it a new IP address every once in a while. You can alleviate this by doing a reserved DHCP table, which I'd mentioned last time, but I don't think I actually did, so my bad. So usually the software will refind it, or usually reissue it the same IP address. But if you guys actually, I'm not sure if you guys connect to the new modem and his computer. Okay, so if you had it connected to the modem, what you're actually having problems with is two DHCP address tables. So what happens is you end up with two IP address, you end up with what's called a separate subnet. So in most cases, you have a single subnet. So if we call this part of my computer here, one subnet, and this one here, another subnet. So what happened is there's a partition between the two. You can't go between them. You can through special ports, but that's a little more advanced in multi-port configuration. But essentially what happened was your computer searches anywhere in that subnet for the device, in this case your printer. So the computer is looking, it can't find it because it's on the other side of this wall. And this is where all your modem stuff went. So it can't find it, and it's like, well, I don't know what to do now, so I'm not gonna print. And that can happen quite often. And how you get around that, there's a couple different ways to get around it, but it's not nice. Oops. I dropped my thing. Even if I restarted the printer and everything? Yeah, because your printer settings don't affect what your network does. Your network is a completely separate entity from your computers and your devices. It operates on its own separate set of rules, which is why a computer engineer and a network engineer are not technically the same thing, and even in a company. Just because your IT admin can work with computers doesn't mean they can do network stuff. I know, I've called. And yeah. so I get another printer. What should you do? When you connect the printer, it'll get assigned a IP address. Go into your ASUS router. There'll be something called DHCP reservation. You reserve that IP address for that MAC address. If I get it. Next time, bolt it to the table so Lou can't throw it. That's what you should do. I'm kidding. But yeah, you should actually reserve the DHCP address. I never usually have problems with that because I don't use the modem that comes with my ISP. I just completely bypass it. But yeah, throwing that, probably not the most bueno thing of the night. Oh. Tried everything online to fix it and then yelled at him for getting mad at me, so here we are. I know you love your dad. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Take your shower. Enjoy your shower. It's been so nice coming back home because I have access to my own shower again. It's like, well, it's not my own shower. Me and my sister share it, but like, oh, just being able to stand in a shower that's like not awkward because like it's the shower that you grew up with and like. Anyways, that probably got really awkward real quick. I'm just quickly fishing a fan cable up to my system fan right now. Now it should be right here. There it is. Oh, let's not put that on top of my very expensive headphone cable. Which if Kusher Hacker was here, he'd be like, holy crap, this guy. There we go. I think that's basically everything connected again. Do I have any parts on the computer that aren't currently in it? Just fan filters. Go ahead and slide that back through. Excuse me. So I have my IQ plugged in there, HD audio plugged in there. I can't see any reason why this computer shouldn't turn on right now. I mean, it's way too bright for you guys to see that, but the RGB is on. I don't know if you guys can. One second, let me go turn off the light. So it would appear that everything is currently functioning. Well, it turns on. Go ahead and turn that off real quick. Fan is spinning nicely. I think sounds like it's in place. It'll be interesting to hear a DVD drive again. It's been a while since I've heard one of those. Alright, I'm comfortable with it. And button this back up. And in the meantime, we're actually going to go ahead and also... This is my left side. Or my right side fan. Tuck this fan wire to that cavity there. And do that side. Ugh. Go ahead and reinstall the fan filter in the front here. Case side panel for the other side. And while we're here, we're gonna go ahead and place this module vent. So for that you need your favorite flathead screwdriver. Once again, another Craftsman acetate handle is my tool of choice. Then on this side, there's special slots to stick your screwdriver inside of, and you just simply twist. And then those come apart, and then your module vent put off to the side, and this piece now goes 3 tabs in that side and 3 clicks on that side. Hey Red, Kristen was just here. She's actually out taking a shower right now. There we go. I just rebuilt my entire computer. That only took 3 hours and 3.5 hours. Oh, what's my uptime? Including unboxing and everything. 3 hours and 12 minutes. 3 hours and change to rebuild to disassemble, clean, and reassemble my computer. I forgot to put that back in. So the reason why that gets... Typically you would not transport that inside of the computer. Also, don't drop your computer like that. That's just something that this computer can handle. Took me 4 hours to build and 1 hour to troubleshoot. That's impressive. My first computer took me 6 hours plus. It was a P55 based Intel Core i7-860, 8 gigabytes of DDR3 1333CL9, a 500 gigabyte Western Digital Black, and a 60 gigabyte OCZ Vertex 2 Extended, which at the time was the fastest SSD available to consumers, at 250 megabytes per second read and writes. I built it with a friend who has built a PC before. Yeah, I was the first of my friends to build a PC from scratch. A lot of them had taken a pre-built PC and upgraded the graphics card, or this or that, or added an extra hard drive. I was the pioneer. In 2010, I convinced my dad to give me $1,200 to go build P-Sten Vortex, which was quite an undertaking. I couldn't get the UD7. I used the Gigabyte P55A-UD4P motherboard, 8 gigabytes of G-Skill Ripjaws 1333 DDR3 CL9, the 500 gig Western Digital I mentioned earlier. Convinced me to get a PC. Yeah, no, I've convinced a few of my friends to build a PC from scratch, and some family members too. My cousin has serial number 3. One of my best friends, Simon, has EX Shadows in my Discord. !Discord if you are not in my Discord. That's only a Twitch command for everyone else watching on other platforms. Later on, you can find my Discord. It's not hard. If you go to cal920c.blogspot.com/about-me or something like that, if you just go to the initial website, you can click about me. But if you're not in my Discord, then you should be. We have a nice computer chat where I announce things like this, and yeah. If you guys ever need any help, don't be like Lou and throw your printer just at me, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Because that's Chunk will get a 5Ks. I try to get back to you guys as fast as I can, but I mean, sometimes it happens. Oh man, Shear's got some beautiful looking whiskey there. What's going on in here? Red, welcome to the Discord. I didn't realize you weren't part of my Discord yet. Interesting. Digital Storm PC configurator. Let's see what Troy's got here. $4,007 US. Gets him a Digital Storm Lumos with a 9900K MSI MPG Z390 Gaming Edge. Not a huge fan of MSI motherboards personally, but to each they own. 16 gigabytes. Wow, only 16 gigs of RAM in this? Why are they only getting 16 gigs of RAM? UVGA 850 GQ, one 500 gig Samsung X60 Evo, RTX 2080 Super, exotic custom cooling from Hydrolux. Cable management. Internal lighting controllers. Corsair Light Loop RGB fans. 4.7 gigahertz. What? No, that's bullshit. The frickin' 9900K can go to 5 like no problem. He bought a 1500 VA APC surge protector for some reason. What'd you buy a surge protector through these guys? USB recovery 3-year. 3-year warranty though. Special packaging. Sorry to say, Troy, but this build, in my opinion, is not worth $4,000. I got $1,200 for the graphics card. Okay, I'll give $400 for the case. That's fine. So $2,000 with the CPU, $2,200 or $2,600. 850 is $127.50. 2850. $2850, 300, $3,300 for this thing. Light loops. I guess if they're making $500 on it, $100. Yeah, they're making about 500 plus. They're overcharging him for the 1500 VA surge protector, guaranteed. Wait, is it in a Discord server? No, he DM'd it to me. So you're like advanced tech support when a Google search doesn't work. Thanks for the alert, Mr. Bolter. Mr. Bolter is currently running, I think this weekend or right now. I'm not sure exactly when. It's been a hell of a few days for me. He's running an amazing, what's it called? COD League right now. I told him when he runs the R6 League, I'll join. Wait, is it in the Discord server? No, it's not. Anyways, the computer's rebuilt. I got one piece of honeydew left here. I think it's time to go ahead and redeploy this thing. It was a hell of a ride for 3 years in Thunder Bay, that's for sure. I went up there. Oh boy. I'm just gonna sit here. So. Oh, that's terrible. There's so much glare. But let's move all this. Oh boy, I feel so stiff not being able to do that in like one continuous thing. I am just gonna go ahead and reconfigure. Put this into studio mode. Oop, my bad, guys. That's not supposed to happen. Alright, let's flip that around. Alright, so it's a hell of a ride for, I mean, this thing was my main rig up in Thunder Bay for 2 years, and it's going to be my main rig here for at least another 2, down here in Richmond Hill, or wherever the hell I end up with my job. So I do plan on keeping the shipping crate as long as I have this computer, and I have to send it around in circles. 2,600 kilometer circles. Ups, I'm buying UPS, I'm buying through them due to payments and paying full price off the bat. Okay, I mean, that's fair. In UPS, I'm talking about the APC thing, the APC 1500 VA UPS. I bought a set of CyberPower UPSs for 150. I bought one for $150. So, yeah. Oh, Kristen, welcome back. How was your shower? I hope it was great. But anyways, I was just telling a story about stream keeps cutting in and out for you. I have dropped 0 frames this entire. Oh, I've dropped 1,097 frames. You know what I realize is I'm running settings for Thunder Bay in Richmond Hill, and my internet cannot handle this. Which is probably why I dropped 1,000 frames. Is it any better now, or is it still cutting in and out for you, Troy? Long drinking day. You gotta sleep for your drinks. Alright, well anyways, I'm just gonna tell a story about this thing is so originally I went up there with I mean, I might as well just tell the story. It's my stream, right? I might as well tell a story about my PC since we're rebuilding it. So I originally went up there, the first day in Thunder Bay was July 1st, 2017. And I arrived in Thunder Bay with my G750JX QS71 laptop, which is actually right over there right now in the other room. I can see it from here. But that's 4700 HQ i7 powered, more connection thing than an FPS issue. Yeah, it's definitely a connection problem. I'm not sure when the last drop frames was, but so anyways, about your UPS, I have a 1500 VA UPS that powers my network. It powers it for 2 hours if the power ever to go out. Speaking of which, that's another thing I have to fix is my network. That's on my to-do list this week. The handoff to Aaron and Kayla, my Luco and ESS responsibilities respectively. I have to fix my windshield wiper motor for my truck tomorrow. I'm doing my PC right now, cleaning it out. Be back soon. I'm gonna be gone by the time I get back. But yeah, so I arrived on July 1st, Canada Day, 2017, in Thunder Bay. We're making that drive from Terrace Bay to Thunder Bay, and it was absolutely beautiful. And that's when I arrived, and it was about an hour later I really started to not. An hour after I started my first class, it was the next day, I think July the 2nd, was the first day that we were actually doing things, and that's when I realized just how bad the school was. Anyways, I went through the first couple months on the laptop, and then it was like, I really need a new computer. And it wasn't this, surprisingly. It was the Surface Pro 5 that you guys have heard a lot about in my Discord server. My $3,500 or $3,418.57 that I spent on that thing. Was my computer that was supposed to take me through university. It was supposed to last 3 to 4 years because that's the government grant I got, was $2,000 to buy a new computer. I spent $3,500 because I had extra money left over from a scholarship I got at Seneca College that paid out after I graduated. And so I spent all that, and the Surface tablet really disappointed. If you guys know about that story, then you guys are gonna be bored in the next part. But I tried to run everything. I bought the dock for it. I bought screen. I bought monitors. I bought everything. And it just wasn't cutting it. I was laggy. The experience wasn't great. Taking notes in class was bar none. It is the best device I've ever used to take notes in class. But we're trying to run day-to-day stuff. I was still using my laptop for gaming, which was suboptimal because it has a 770M in it. Not great. The 1080. So that summer 2018, when I came back, I decided that I needed to build a new computer. Because I've done this before. I built, this is serial number 8. So I have serial number 1, which is Pizza and Vortex. Then my friend's computer, my cousin's computer, then we have Colossal 3DR, then my mom's computer, my dad's computer. I'm missing one, aren't I? I'm missing a computer somewhere. Colossal 3DR, my mom's computer, my dad's computer, my friend Josh's computer. I swear I'm missing a computer right now. What else did I build a computer for? But anyways, I built a few computers in my time. And it's like I can do this. I can design it and then buy it and then build it. Because that's what I do. I design, I procure, and I build. And so Prime Day 2018 comes around and I need a new computer. So I go on Amazon, start searching up different parts. And originally this computer was going to be a 1070 i7 8700K and a gigabyte Z370 UD6 Wi-Fi board. And Amazon had this amazing deal for 680 and change. I could get a Asus Strix Z370E, which is the motherboard you guys saw in here earlier. I could get a i7 8700K, which is what I wanted, and I could get an Optane memory module. And I did the price, I did the math on it, I think based off of Newegg's offerings, and I realized, wait a sec, I'm going to get that Optane module for free and get a discount on everything else. And so, I put it in the cart and I pressed buy. Nothing else. I don't think I ordered the Trident Z RGB memory because that was on sale as well at the time. And 16 gigs of that, DDR4 3200. So I have a PC coming. I have no case, no power supply, no graphics card. No cooler, because the K model CPUs don't come with coolers. So I have a motherboard, memory, and CPU. So now I start shopping for the rest of it, because now I'm committed. I've just dropped, 7 bills on, these are all Canadian dollars. 7 bills on a part of a computer. And so next thing I bought after that was I bought CPU cooler, I think. I forget the exact chronology, but I bought an MX500 SSD. The Crucial MX500 1TB SSD, $168 or something like that. $169. Okay, that's a fair price. For a 1TB SSD at the time, or it might have been 180. I'm not sure. It was cheap at the time in mid 2018 when I was procuring parts for this thing. And then I bought the CPU cooler. And all this time I knew I was going to go with the Fractal Design case. I wasn't sure which one. I loved my R4 enough that I recommended that to my friend Josh, who has an R4 as well. And my cousin has an R3, the Fractal Design Defined Series R3 case, and this is a Fractal Design R6. My friend Shale has a Fractal Design R5, but I didn't build his computer. I helped him design it, but I didn't build his. He has an R5. So I have a huge history of building in these cases and liking it. So when it came time to choose a case, I needed something that was going to stand out, but also be durable enough for me to ship back and forth. So I knew this thing was, I'm not going to leave it up there over the summer. Like, no. So it's got to go back and forth. And it was going to go via whatever courier was cheapest, to be honest, because I'm a student, or I was a student, and I needed to be able to afford to send this thing back and forth as many times as possible. As I could afford. So I sent this thing to Thunder Bay in August of 2018 for the first time in this Fractal Design Defined R6 gunmetal case. This is literally the most base edition. This is the one with the solid side panels, no tempered glass, no window, nothing that was gonna possibly break. And then I put in to it the H115i Pro that I purchased for it. What else did I buy for this thing? And then the Optane module is accelerating the MX500, which is the most wasteful use, literally the most wasteful use of a Optane module that I can think of. It is, the MX500, I believe, has a DRAM cache on it, so it's already a very fast SSD, inexpensive but also relatively fast SSD, and I'm accelerating with Optane. How's it going, Red? I'm just telling the story about Cal920c-TBAY. So all of my personal computers, the computers that are mine, are Cal920c- something. So my Yoga is Cal920c-Yoga. My laptop, my old laptop is Cal920c-ROG. You finished your stream for today. How was it? I haven't played Payday 2 in too long. And so this is Cal920c-TBAY, because this is the computer that goes back and forth from Toronto to Thunder Bay, or to the Bay, or Thunder Bay, T-Bay, because Thunder Bay is way too long to put in the string. If you guys know how Windows PCs work, my stream's actually been pretty good today. I'm over 100 plus messages now. Sorry to hear that yours was pretty slow. What else is there? So in August, I sent this thing up. No graphics card in it. I never ended up buying that 1070. I was looking very hard at the 1070 hybrid. Concurrent or content? No graphics card. I didn't end up buying that 1070. Not sure what you mean by that, Red. Please clarify. And so it went up. Got up there in September. During my second year of university. And second year is really when university started falling apart for me. It was not a good year in my life, to be honest. There's a lot that went down that semester. And I went through that entire semester without buying a graphics card, actually. So I had this gaming computer, this awfully powerful gaming computer, with no graphics card in it. And Intel came out with their 9 series processors, which was quite underwhelming, to be honest. And then I also had girl troubles, I guess. So it was not a fun semester. Anyways, come February, my friends like, let's go on a ski trip. So we went on a ski trip. But before I went, I ordered an RTX 2060 XE Ultra from my computer shop. Because they were willing to price match, and I got it for 500 bucks, which some people say I overpaid for, but honestly, I don't think so, because I got a hell of a lot of use out of it, and I've been using it for a long time now. And at the RTX, the ray tracing for most people is not. For most people, the ray tracing is a gimmick, but for me, I did a semester where I did a lot of Revit 3D design, and the interactive ray tracing is bar none. To be honest with you guys, I've never seen anything like it. In all the years I've been doing 3D design, I've been doing it since I used eMachine Shop in 2008, and I melted a laptop with it, doing 3D design on that. I did 3D design on my old laptop, doing AutoCAD Civil 3D, where you're doing massive highway roll plans and stuff like that. And honestly, it's just, there's nothing quite like what I have behind me here. This computer has honestly changed the way that even I, as someone who who does technology as a hobby, like, this isn't my job. This isn't what I do for a living, thank goodness, because I'm really slow at it. As Red said, he did an entire computer, his first computer, in 4 hours, plus an hour of troubleshooting. I've done 4 hours or 3 hours to just rebuild this thing. The hardest part's already done. The CPU cooler is mounted, and that stuff, and everything's out of the box already. Like, all the hardest parts are done. Better than you? Yeah, it's better than a lot of people, to be fair. I'm not the worst at it, but I'm also not even close to the best at doing this. And so now I have this, computer with an RTX 2060, and my friend are breaking it. At this point, I'm not an actual streamer yet. I've I've had a Twitch account for years, like almost a decade now. We're at 8 years, I think. I think at this point, my AR Maestro looked it up for me, and he's like 2012. I was like, wow, your account predates Twitch, um, which is true. I had signed up for Twitch on Justin.tv years ago, back in high school, and I've always been a viewer of other people's Twitch streams, and then became a settings development streamer for a few different people at the time who were relying on me to develop settings for them to optimize how their streams behave. And I pulled a little bit of a faux pas today. Right now I'm running way higher bandwidth than what my internet connection allows. So if you see drop frames, that's why. So I was developing settings for other people in their streams. And then, eventually people were like, oh, thank you, I'm going to follow you, I'm going to raid you if you stream. So as I'm streaming, I'm developing settings for these people, and people are following me. And then I remember this one night I was live, and I never thought I'd get affiliate, to be honest with you guys. And one night I just saw my viewership climb and my viewership climb and my viewership climb, and it went to 9, and it stayed at 9. And I streamed until 5 in the morning, I think, that night. This was before Anno. I don't even remember what I was streaming. It didn't matter though. What mattered to me was I hit 11, and then it came back down to 9, and it stayed there. And I was like, we're going to keep going. We're going to get this. And then I remember I went until I couldn't anymore. I had toothpicks in my eyes. Like, it hurt so bad to keep my eyes open. And so I ended my stream. And the next day I got an email from Twitch a few hours after I ended my stream that said, we invite you to the affiliate program. I never thought I'd get there. But that's when I realized, for me anyways, there's a market for what I do. Right now there's 5 of you guys watching for some reason. Me tell the story of why I do this. It's no secret, I'll never make a return on investment on what I do here. I help people like Kristen, I help people like Reject, I help people like I don't even know who else has been here today that I've helped. And all these other people, I've helped all of them. And I do it for free. I mean, I've offered to, who did I offer to help earlier? JMC. I offered to help him, with a setup for his kitchen. Why? Why not? I streamed from the kitchen before. You guys saw, I cooked a piece of salmon from the kitchen. XCOM Chimera, that's good. And I do that because I can. I mean, if I can make other people's content better, then why wouldn't I? I've done enough time in OBS since high school, when we were using OBS to run shows, to know enough about the back end of it and how it works. I mean, it's changed a lot. It used to be just this framework you could hang plugins off of, to now being a fully featured broadcast software in its own right. You can still do the plugin stuff, but now it's more of a side gig than anything else. And in the past 13 years I've been doing this, I've probably gone through $30,000-$40,000 in stuff to do this, between what I've invested, what my parents have helped invest in, with my school, and through grants and stuff like that. Am I ever gonna make 30,000-40,000 in streaming? No, that would be a pipe dream. So I mean, if I can help other people, at least that gets me more value for my money. in addition to helping other people in the world, right? And what they say, doing good comes back around, and I truly believe that. Um, I've gotten a lot of amazing co-op placements. I've gotten a lot of amazing opportunities to do things that other students in my class can only dream about, or some are scared to do or scared to dream about. And I've been out there. I've been on the ground, boots on the ground, in the middle of a highway, in the middle of a field, and boots sinking in the mud. I've done all that, and I'm thankful for that. As much as my truck has been a problem, I'm extremely glad that I have it, and I love the thing. And tomorrow I'm gonna do some more work on that. Don't think I'll be streaming it. God, it's such a pain to do it from my driveway, guys. It's just to get that set up. I don't have a tripod. Like right now, this camera you guys see above me is mounted, as I said to Jay MC was earlier. It's on a piece of 2x4 going across two I-beams in my parents' basement right now. The table that I'm sitting on is one of my workshop tables that I've cleaned off. And that's why my dad came down and was like, "Where'd you get the table from?" It's one of my workshop tables that had a Milwaukee pack out, and what else was on here? I had a puzzle on here earlier with the pieces of frame that he's building for it, and some other stuff. And I just dragged it out of the middle of my workshop behind me over there to do this for you guys tonight, because I know you guys haven't seen me in a week, and a few of you guys have left my Discord server in the past week, which is unfortunate. I mean, it's just the way it goes. I guess everyone has to do a little bit of spring cleaning, but hopefully now that this is rebuilt and hopefully everything's up to snuff again, because it was making a little bit of noise with all the dust on those fans. Hopefully I'll be back, and as much as life has been getting in the way with all the car problems lately, along with problems with other things, we'll get some time into games this week. But for now, it's 12 in the morning. I need to go to sleep. I need to get up tomorrow. I need to go get a new motor for my windshield wipers. My windshield wipers are literally like this on my windshield right now. If anyone drives by, they're just gonna be like, "What the fuck is wrong with that truck?" So I do have to end the stream at some point tonight. But it's been good telling you guys a story about this computer, and how it came to exist in the first place. That was 2 years ago now. It's been back to Richmond Hill at the end of 2019. It came back for last summer, while I had my summer job. You guys will remember that I wasn't online a whole lot because my job took up most of my day, and then because of the job itself, I was extremely tired at the end of the day. It takes a lot to keep your eyes wedged open when you don't have a whole lot to do, and your company hamstrings you at every opportunity to learn something new. Or not every opportunity, I shouldn't say that. My supervisor, Peter, any opportunity that I asked him to be a part of, he was all for me to be a part of it, and I'm extremely thankful to him. Without him, my summer would have been way worse than it already was. Not having access to 50% of the job site, that safe access to 50%. When I say I take safety seriously, I say that seriously. If I don't feel safe in sending myself in there, I'm not gonna send my guys in there. Even if my guys bitch, moan, and whine about some of the stuff that I've done, at the same time, they understand sometimes the job does have to be done. And so at the end of that summer, before I went to LA, or actually after I came back from LA, I packaged this thing up into the crate, and this thing went to Thunder Bay for one last time, going up. You know, I didn't know it was gonna be the last time at the time. I wasn't sure if I was gonna finish university or not. But when I got up there, it was killing me. Fifth semester was fine. Like last September through this past December when I went to Winnipeg, that was fine. I could do it. I could, I was happy. I did courses that I liked and stuff. But it was this past semester when I woke up in January, the second week, I think it was, second or third week of January when I got back. And I woke up on a Saturday morning and I was like, wait, I have a midterm this morning. I'm late for my midterm. And then I jumped out of bed, went to brush my teeth, and then I realized, why is nobody else up yet to go to this does no one else have a midterm today or anything? And then I checked the date and it was the middle of January. I'm like, we've barely started classes. And then that's when I realized I was going crazy. And I needed a change of scenery. So that's that. And so, I mean, I have to say, doing everything for y'all doesn't just help you guys. Oh yeah, it's been chaos. I mean, I hate to joke with Chaos Beast. He's a great kid. He's a great guy. But everything is chaos. He said something very correct. Is that everything that I said, I'm basically rejects IT now. This was before I was helping Kristen with a bunch of stuff. And he goes, Cal, you're basically everyone's IT at this point. And he was not wrong. And, if it wasn't for you guys, if it wasn't for the community that, puts me to work in doing things that I actually care about, I don't think I would have made it through last semester without walking in front of a train. Like it was borderline, like I was not happy with where I was in the world. But it was like just being able to yeah. You remember him saying that. It was a great line. And if it wasn't for y'all messaging me and being like, hey, I need help with this and breaking up what I had to do for school, it would have been an absolute disaster. Like I would have been so unhappy with my life. I don't think I would have gotten the job. I wouldn't have had the motivation to put together an amazing resume, as people have told me. I wouldn't have had the courage to actually go apply for things and chat with people and build that professionalism to talk to people like Red and Chaos and Reject and all you guys, and talk to you guys professionally, without being like, you're an idiot, why did you do that for? Like, I used to actually do that. I wasn't always the guy I am today. Gears Tactics? What's Gears Tactics? That sounds awesome. I'll log into Steam here. Is it on Steam? But yeah, if it wasn't for that, every experience you have makes who you are. And y'all have helped shape me, and I hope I can help shape you guys. Looks like a Gears version of XCOM. What platform is it on there, Red? Holy Jesus. I have to enter a birthday. Wait, what the fuck? Jesus. This is different. $60 on Steam, but Xbox Game Pass for PC. See, I don't have Xbox Game Pass for PC. It's not 60. I'm in Canada. It's 80. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, it's 60 Canadian pesos. Oh. Well, it's like 12:30 in the morning. I think it's about damn time to call the stream. Anyways, my preferred console is the one that I'm leaning on. My, at this point, $2,900 gaming computer I call Cal920c-TBAY. This thing's been a work of, yeah, PC Master Race. This thing's a work of something. My mind is at a loss for the specific words I'm trying to use. PS4 of Xbox, though. PS4 of Xbox One X, though. I'm actually considering buying a PS4 Pro, to be honest with you guys. First, I'd want to get a Magewell HDMI Duo capture card, and then I would get a PS4 Pro. I have a PS3, right, already. I had an Xbox 360, and that didn't last very long. Because I got secondhand, and got it for free, so what can I expect? It worked for like 2 weeks. And then you have a Wii, so I am the next console I actually buy is probably going to be a split between me and my sisters for cost. We're probably going to invest in a Nintendo Switch, actually, for the three of us. So with consoles, we generally have an agreement between me and my siblings that we buy a console and we all use it. So we're probably going to buy a Switch with like a full-size Switch, not a Switch Mini, the dock and everything. Yeah, we're not gonna get a Switch Lite. We're gonna get a full-on Switch. Probably the Zelda edition if we can find one. That's between me and my sister, we have so much money in student loans right now that we're working to pay off. Or I'm waiting to start work. She started work a couple days ago. We're both we're both essential workers, so we have jobs right now. As I said earlier in the thing, 3 of the 5 family members are considered essential workers, so we can work right now. And my other sister and my mom is a stay-at-home mom, so. And my other sister is too young to work right now. It's who I'm working in a long-term care center. Oh, good for you. Stay safe. Wear your mask. In Ontario, 80% of our COVID-19 deaths are in long-term care or nursing homes. Oh boy. Animal Crossing. I think my sister might get Animal Crossing. I'm looking forward to playing through Breath of the Wild on my own terms. Tetris 99. How's it going, Location Hell? You're coming in just right at the end of my stream here. Just going through, rebuilding, and cleaning up Cal920c-TBAY, which is my latest gaming computer. I mean, latest being 2 years ago. I just told the entire story. So tonight we've disassembled, cleaned, and reassembled the entire computer. I verified that it works to an extent. I mean, there's no monitor plugged into it, so I couldn't see if it was outputting anything. And I told the story about how this computer really came to be, and you know, the parts in it, and how substitutions happened, and why it doesn't have a 1070, and how it has a RTX 2060. Yeah, I mean, it's been a good computer for me for the last 2 years. It's 2,900 Canadian pesos into it. And then we're just talking now about how I am looking forward to starting work in a couple weeks, because I'm considered an essential worker, and so long as the start date of my job doesn't get pushed again, I should be starting on the 12th of May. Which means that next week I'll probably be announcing where I'm working on LinkedIn. So if you're not a LinkedIn connection, feel free. It is also on my blogspot, where I have all my other socials, including my Discord, my most of my emails as well. Not all of them, but please don't spam or you're just gonna get blocked very quickly, because I do check all of my emails on a regular basis. Yeah. But anyways, we are starting to drop additional frames. So I think it is about time to go ahead and call it a night here. And go ahead and raid somebody. So, whoest shallest we raid? I'm not quite sure yet. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm going to... So the person we're gonna raid is Mad Kills. She's actually lurking right now because she's live on her own stream. I am actually gonna raid her. I'm gonna get this computer upstairs to my room and hopefully set up. And maybe I will come back and play some Minecraft. Right, guys? So that is the plan right now. Don't hold me to it, because I might just end up falling asleep. It's been a long day. I've had to diagnose my truck, and I'm gonna have to wake up tomorrow morning to go get parts for it. So that's gonna be my day tomorrow. I do plan on streaming or live streaming tomorrow night a variety of games. I'm not sure what yet, and I'm not sure exactly what's happening tomorrow, because first and foremost, I gotta fix my truck. That's gotta happen for me to get to work next week, or 2 weeks from now. Not to mention, my sister needs a car for work, so I need to get a car fixed up for her as well, which is going to be my mom's minivan for now. So, yeah. Alright, guys. So to my 7 viewers now, as we call it a night here, we're gonna raid Mad Kills. Oh boy, why is there so many viewers now, guys? What are y'all doing to me? You're making me not want to end. But, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid Mad Kills. Hopefully everyone has had a good night. If you have any questions, go ahead and jump in my Discord at discord.gg/ lowercase p, uppercase k, m, lowercase f, uppercase h, 3, lowercase s. If you're on Twitch, my Discord is right there. You guys can also find the rest of my socials at those links as well. If you guys are on Twitch, if you guys are on Facebook, YouTube, or wherever else this VOD might be live, feel free to just message me there, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. Alright guys, see ya.